and say, ooh, where is he in the songs, then you can follow along with me that way too. So before I start playing, I want to read a quote from the Reverend Canon Harold T. Lewis, who was one of the people that helped bring this hymnal together. And he says here in the author's notes, "The history and theology of the Black Church are embodied in its music. The music of the Black Church, then, is the expression of the struggle, the pilgrimage, and the joy of a people. In an age in which all members of the Church are searching for a renewed sense of spirituality, it seems altogether fitting and proper to look to the music of a people whose religious folk songs are for good reason called spirituals. I commend to you the riches of the Black musical experience and express the hope that together we may lift every voice and sing." And with that, we're going to start with hymn number 281, Prayer for Africa. The next few songs that are coming up in the hymnal are psalms. And what these are going to have are a refrain and the chant harmony along with it as well. So these next ones are all psalms that I'll be playing through. $279. $78. $277. 276. 275. 274. 273. 272. Now we're starting to get into the fraction anthems. These are the songs that would come during the Eucharist of a service, for those of you not familiar with the Episcopal Church. $271. 270, this is one of my favorites. We do this one at Ascension sometimes. 269. .268. This is the last of our fraction anthems. .267. Now we have a few settings of the Lord's Prayer. .266. quick disclaimer before I play my next song. As was the case in my last organ marathon, I'm only playing one verse of each hymn rather than playing all verses as written. So that was the first time I actually have to address that. So 265. Mr. Carl Haywood, if you're watching, I apologize for playing your music too fast. 264. 264. This is the version of the Lord's Prayer that I grew up hearing in church. I didn't grow up in the Episcopal Church. I grew up in the Baptist Church, and we used to sing this one on Sunday mornings a lot. And as a little kid in the congregation, and a very musical kid at that, I used to sit and wait for the high note at the end and listen to hear how many people's voices would crack or drop out when they got to the high note at the end. You'll hear what I'm talking about when I get to it. So if you're familiar with the Malot Lord's Prayer, this is it. Sometimes I talk about songs that I have a story to tell with them. So. right, we're on to number 263. 263. So often I'll come across a hymn that I had never played before, and I'll go, oh, that's nice. But if you want to look that one up and listen to it later, it's by Lena McLinn, and it's from Eucharist of the Soul. That's really pretty, very pretty setting of the Lord's Prayer. Okay, now we're into the amens. Here we go. Another amen on this page. Two sixty. We're into some more liturgy music here. .259 and 258 in that order. Miss Marjorie Gabriel Burrow, that is a really cool piece. I'm sorry I couldn't read the jazz chords correctly on the first time, but I like that a lot, if you're watching. Speaking of people watching, let's take a look at the YouTube stream and see who's here with us. Let's see. Jan, thanks Andrew, watching, listening. Hi Andrew, Peg Rupel. Megan Dadavi, I like 274, I'll look it up on the chat. Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good one. Oh, my wife, 3 hearts. Thank you, honey. There's a link to the donation in there. Could you say the title of the hymns, please? I missed the first 3 minutes or so. Perhaps you said something about the titles then. Yes, I will absolutely do that. Willie King is watching. If you don't know Willie King, she's a wonderful person. She was our guest speaker back in January when we did the Evensong for Martin Luther King. She came and talked about her experience working with Dr. King back in the 1960s, and she gave an amazing speech at that Evensong. So thank you for watching, Willie. She's also a good friend of the family too. Bernice is watching, and Father Javier is watching. Hi, Javier. Thanks for watching. Okay, and yes, I will say the titles of songs and the numbers as I go through them, just so that if you are following along on hymnary, I can keep you in the loop. So now we're on to number 257. The last of the memorial acclamations. And thank you to the 39 people who are watching on YouTube. This is awesome. Share this link with your friends so that they can watch and donate too. You heard me just now, my mic was off. I'm about to get into the next section of songs. I'm hoping to get through the service music by the top of the hour, because at 1 o'clock we have some cool stuff happening that I'll tell you about later. So. "255 is one that we have done at Ascension many, many times. So I'm gonna crank this one a little louder because I like to play it. Another very quick disclaimer, a lot of these songs are not meant to be played on the organ. One of the editors even talks about that in the accompaniment edition of this hymnal, but this is an organ marathon, so I'll play everything on the organ. So if it doesn't sound pleasing to your ears, tough. 254. "253. I don't think you can see this, but this music is clearly written for the piano, so Let's put my brain to work here, see if I can do this. Let's try that one more time. Grayson Warren Brown, if you're watching, I apologize for that. Okay, last Sanctus song. This one doesn't look as hard to play as the one that I just did. Okay, we are into another section, 251. Let's keep going. I miss singing Amen at the end of song. We did that a lot when I was growing up, and in my last church we did it for a few things too. You sing the Amen at the end of the song. I always liked that. I don't know if any of y'all like doing that, but I always did. Okay, 250 followed by 249 followed by 248. We're going to take care of three at once. Those are all really short. Here's one more short one, 247. Okay, so now we're into a couple other songs of praise, these are called. So I'm going to do these without a break, 246, 245, and 244. And then after that, we're going to get into some longer ones. So here we go. Okay, this next one is really fun. I taught this to the Ascension choir back in January, I can't remember. I taught it to them back before all this stuff happened. And all the COVID stuff happened is what I'm talking about. I haven't seen my choir in months, and if you're a choir director and you're watching this, you know how tough that is to not get to work with your singers. But this one was really fun, and this Glory to God song is one of my favorites in the hymnal. So Carl Haywood, if you are watching, this will hopefully make up for butchering one of your other songs just a few hymns ago. So, here we go from Mass for Grace, Glory to God. Cool, well that one was fun. Couple more Glorias coming up. I haven't read either of these before, so yeah, the first one's by, Lena McLin. Yeah, I liked her song from earlier. And then, I should know this, and David Hurd. David Hurd, that's H-U-R-D. Really, really cool Gloria. I've just never played it before. So 242 and 241, have fun, everybody. I certainly will. I'm such a perfectionist. I couldn't even say that. I'm such a perfectionist, so I want to go back and redo these, but I can't. I got to keep going. 241. Probably can't see it from the camera, but I am sweating right now, having to get through those two. Ooh, boy. Okay, so now we're going to get into some Kyrie songs. There's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 more, and then we're through all the service music. So this is moving along pretty well. I think this will take us right to the 1 o'clock hour, and then I can tell you what's going to happen next. It does involve me taking a break, but you're not going to be watching a clock today. So we'll get to that in a moment. So at noon when I started, I was at the back of the hymnal, working my way to the beginning. 281, just finished number 235. We got through all the service music. So what's going to happen now, it's about 1:02, I'm going to take a little break. And what we're going to do during my breaks is very different than what we did during the last organ marathon. During the last organ marathon, I had my iPad and I put it up and it had a countdown timer for when I'd come back to the organ and play more. But this time what we're going to do a little differently is we have some folks from Ascension who are either going to be here in person or joining us via video, who are going to be sharing some reflections, some commentary, some testimonials about recent events. They're going to talk about things such as racial justice, racism, and the church's place in the midst of all of this. So I'm going to take my break. I think we're going to switch the camera over to our speakers, and then I will turn it over to them. So I'll see you all in a few minutes. I'm going to take my break, and we'll switch it over to our speakers. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to introduce my friend and fellow vestry member, Danielle Allen, who has a very deep and interesting speech to deliver. Danielle?
Thank you, James. So, yes, as James said, I'm Danielle Allen. I'm one of the vestry members here at Ascension. And as we explore today a lot of different topics and how we see racism, racial justice, and our place here in America and at the Church of Ascension, I thought a good place to start would just be to explore a little about racism and systemic racism, so we have a good place to base the rest of our people and the things they have to say off of. So racism is a belief that race is the primary determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce the inherent superiority of a particular race. Systemic or institutional racism is the doctrine, political programs, and social systems founded on racism and the designed consciously or unconsciously to execute its principles. It's embedded as a normal practice within society or an organization and causes harm to certain racial groups while it helps others. That is, it's ingrained in all the political and economic institutions, as well as our social relationships through sanctioned policies and practices. It makes us regard those who we see as other as someone to be feared or concerned about. One moment, please. Do you need a hand, James? And forgive me, it was a long piece that I had to say, and I wanted to make sure I was able to share everything I wanted to share with you all, so I did have to write it, and I was not able to memorize it, so once it gets back to its place, I'll be able to continue. So thank you all for bearing with us. Nope, that's good. Down a little bit more. Thank you. Okay, so it makes us regard those we see as other with suspicion or to attribute negative characteristics to an entire group of people. And because it permeates society through government-sanctioned programs, there's a general belief that once legislated against, systemic racism no longer exists. If we take the time to explore the reality we see today, it becomes apparent that the effects are far-reaching and have not yet been overcome. In our recent history, there are a few glaring examples of policies that are still working against the Black community today. So let's consider the effects of policies such as redlining. Redlining is a discriminatory practice in which mortgage lenders deny loans or an insurance provider restricts services to certain areas of a community, often because of the racial characteristics of the applicant's neighborhood, and was used to prevent people of color from purchasing in certain neighborhoods. The federal government at the time considered this to be a best practice for responsible lending, and for responsible lending to home buyers and homeowners making improvements to their dwelling, and was legal until 1968. However, housing discrimination continues to be a factor behind the disparity in wealth between blacks and whites in the U.S. today, with black families losing out on over $200,000 in personal wealth over the last 40 years because their neighborhood was redlined. Next, consider how suppressing those home values directly affects the public schools serving those communities. Education is held up as the achievement that will lift up the disadvantaged. Theoretically, our public school system is designed to level the playing field so that race won't be a factor as to why minorities remain economically disadvantaged. With public schools receiving most of their funding based on local property taxes, the relative affluence of each neighborhood directly affects the ability to have an effective local school system that prepares students for college or an immediate career. Inadequate resources in public schools lead to overcrowded classrooms, a lack of qualified teachers, and insufficient funding for qualified teachers, textbooks, special education, and counselors. Due to the disparity of property taxes, local systems in primarily black areas consistently fail to meet children's educational needs, thereby increasing their disengagement and the appearance of acting out. Then consider the school-to-prison pipeline. Zero-tolerance policies criminalizing minor infractions of school rules disproportionately targets minority children with punishment, isolation, and pushing them out of the school system. These policies are heavily impacted by implicit bias. Reactions by African American children, especially boys, are overwhelmingly seen as disrespectful and aggressive, leading to students being introduced to the criminal justice system at an incredibly early age, as young as pre-kindergarten, which is about 4 years old. Exacerbating the problem is the for-profit prison system. When there's profit to be made from incarcerating and having a full prison, then people will be more likely to try to utilize that prison as fully as possible. Keep going. Thank you for bearing with us through technical difficulties. So then on the individual level, we have implicit biases. A common misconception is that black boys are more aggressive than their white counterparts. Another misconception is that boys, especially black boys, are not mature enough to start school at the same age as girls. Ironically, at the same time, society generally believes black girls and boys are more mature than their years and therefore less deserving or in need of protection and support from adults. What about the melanin in their skin would cause these concepts to be true? Taken all together, these few policies, practices, and perpetuated myths hinder the chances of an economically disadvantaged black child more than that of an economically disadvantaged white child. In addition to examining the history and systems that are enabling systemic racism against black and minority populations, we need to examine our own beliefs for how we are perpetuating the systems as well. There's a lot to explore, and we all have homework to do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucelia Justiniano. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about my personal experiences of what it's been like to grow up Latina in the United States. Although this is quite uncomfortable and painful, I've learned that we grow from painful and uncomfortable experiences, and I appreciate the space that Ascension has created for us to grow as a community. As I said, growing up Latina has been difficult. At times I have been able to rise above the unpleasantries and speak up, and other times I have felt silenced and out of place. We are taught the importance of first impressions, and many times the first thing people want to know about me is where I am from. Because obviously, due to the color of my skin, I am not from the United States. In spite of having lived in the United States for over 26 years, I am still singled out as a foreigner. I have always been made conscious of my status as a foreigner, including early on in my education. I grew up in a mostly white town in Maryland where I was one of a handful of Latinos in the whole school. I recall in 7th grade science when we had to recite a poem out loud, and I was told by my teacher in front of my entire class that my poem did not rhyme, but it might be difficult for me to figure that out because of my accent. It was extremely humiliating. If before that point I was a shy student in class, rest assured that I never spoke again in that class voluntarily. Racism and comments like that had a drastic effect of what type of student I was. Although quiet, I was a student determined to get an education. By 7th grade, I was told that I knew English well enough that I no longer needed to take English as a second language. 3 years later, my English teacher recommended me for honors English, and eventually I took advanced placement literature. I also took college-level European history, calculus, and psychology. In spite of these accomplishments, I was astonished when at the end of my senior year, my counselor called me down to her office to talk to me about continuing my education in college and wanted to recommend me for a $1,000 diversity scholarship to Montgomery College. Although I am sure that she thought her intentions were well placed, I was angry about this. Why? Because college applications are due at the beginning of your senior year, and college acceptance letters go out in the spring. So if I was college material, why did she not talk to me at the beginning of the school year so that I could apply to a 4-year college? This still angers me today, because it is specifically this lack of information that limits so many Latinos that do not have college grads in their family. And we depend on people that are in the system that carry these types of biases to show us the way. But did I mention that I was determined about my education? I informed my counselor that I had applied to 3 private colleges and had gotten accepted to all 3, that I had decided to go to Hood College, which had awarded me a $40,000 presidential merit scholarship. My experiences in employment were equally unsavory. I was a waitress during college to pay my way through school, like many other college students. I remember being proud when I got hired as a waitress in my waitressing job because I had broken a barrier. All the Latino employees at this restaurant worked in the kitchen or as busboys cleaning tables, and I was the only Latina that worked as a waitress. However, my experience was vastly different than that of my white colleagues. While they were often asked what school they attended and what their majors were, I was asked how long I had been in this country and where I was from, and I got congratulated for speaking English so well. I even had a few customers take bets on my ethnicity. Was I Asian or Latina? When I complained about this, I was told that I was too sensitive and that I had a chip on my shoulder. My bad experiences were not just with my customers. I came across managers that treated me differently than my white colleagues, and when I confronted them, they stated that they expected more from me because I was such a hard worker. I came across managers that made racist jokes in front of me. To call out your manager on this is actually very difficult to do. To try to act composed and say, it's actually inappropriate that you say that, is difficult because it made me feel so mad that I felt sick to my stomach. Have you ever had to confront your manager with that feeling in your gut? I've had that feeling in my gut way too much. However, what I've had to endure is subtle. I had Latino friends that were pulled over by the cops while walking and asked for driver's license or identification. This is racial profiling at its worst. I've had Latino friends deported after being arrested for driving without a license. I've had the FBI go into my family member's home, turn the place upside down, and arrested him while his children watched, and then released them days later because they got the wrong person. I've had the police called on my nephew, who is half black, half white, when he was 7 years old because he was playing ball in the neighborhood. All of these experiences have shaped me. Of course, I went on to become an immigration attorney. I say of course because this society made me so conscious of my identity as an immigrant, or as the US Congress prefer to call it in the Immigration and Nationality Act, an alien. In my current position as an immigration attorney, I see some of the most inhumane injustices. On a daily basis, I feel disheartened at the treatment of people that come to this country seeking safety and a better life for themselves and their children. I am still an immigrant, of course, but now I am educated. I have degrees. I speak English almost without an accent, and I am a US citizen. But when an immigrant first arrives in this country, they are barely visible. Their immigration status largely determines that visibility. Racism has fueled the rhetoric against immigrants today as people that are gang members and rapists. The reality is that none of us want to talk about racism. If you are white, it makes you feel bad, and you don't know how to make it better or make it right. If you stand in a position of privilege today, I ask you to step into that uncomfortable feeling in your gut and analyze your past and current actions and those of your friends, family members, colleagues, and managers. And where you see that there is something wrong, speak up. For as many times that I spoke up for myself, there were 100 more times that I was silent. Use your position of privilege to stand up for others, to reach out to others that are different than you, to help others that are different than you, to hire and promote others that are different than you, to get to know others that are different than you. That is how we move forward. I cannot stand up for myself all the time. It's exhausting. It's emotionally draining. However, when I've had others step up for me, that has given me strength. I am now in a position of privilege in my immigrant community, and I am seeking to help others by uplifting them with my actions and my words. And I hope that you will join me.
That was awesome. Thank you so much to Danielle and Lucelia for their remarks. We're going to keep going with the organ marathon. For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. My name is Andrew Kullberg. I'm the Minister of Music here at Ascension. And today I am playing the Lift Every Voice and Sing hymnal from cover to cover to raise money for Black Lives Matter. When we started the marathon, I told everybody that I would be playing the hymnal in reverse order, starting at the last song and working my way back to the beginning. And we just left off at hymn number 234. So we're going to keep going through the songs here. And if you'd like to follow along, there is a link in the chat below for a website called Hymnary. And when you go to Hymnary, you can see the table of contents for this hymnal, and there are lyrics and even sheet music for most of these songs too, so that you can follow along. And of course, if there's anybody who doesn't know how to donate to Black Lives Matter during this organ marathon, leave a comment in the chat and somebody will absolutely help you out and direct you to where you need to go in order to donate. And be sure to like this video, subscribe to Ascension's channel so that you can stay up to date. We publish our worship services every Sunday morning, 10 o'clock in English and 11:30 in Spanish. So please share this video, please donate, and most importantly, I hope you enjoy the music. So here's 234. 233. $232. $231. It's always good to check your feet before you play the first chord. Any organists watching will know that, because this F and this G are right next to each other, and I have big feet, so here we go. Carl Haywood, you write such good music. I wish that I could do it justice in my organ playing. So, if any of y'all know him, send him this video, or maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. But he's got a lot of cool stuff in this book. So maybe don't send him this video. I don't want an angry letter, saying I played his music badly. But okay. Here we go. 2:30, which is not what time it is. Okay, 2:30. $229. That song, by the way, is called Keep the Dream Alive. It's a song about Martin Luther King. "228 is next. Sorry about that. Next up is a song I'm sure you all will recognize. This song needs no introduction. Of course, is the song "We Shall Overcome," a wonderful, wonderful song. Here's another one. Many of you will probably know this song as the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And you all know how I feel about patriotic songs in church, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, and I just realized as I got to this part of the book here, this is the social justice section of the hymnal. It's not very long. It's only those last 5, 6 songs that I've played just now, but I'm very glad that this hymnal has a section dedicated to that. You can oftentimes tell a lot about a hymnal by the way that it organizes its songs. And oftentimes the headings of each section will tell you like what each song is about. So here's number 225. Okay, next up is 224. This is a great spiritual called Ezekiel Saw the Wheel. I remember starting an arrangement of this in high school choir, and then we all stank so bad at it that we never did it in a concert. We never got to learn it. I just remember the tenor part was really hard, and yeah, if you've ever worked with a high school choir, you know good tenors are hard to come by. So, okay, Ezekiel Saw the Wheel. that pedal was an accident, but I decided to turn it into another ending because that's what you do. Okay, ooh, another wonderful spiritual. This one's called Joshua Fit, the Battle of Jericho. My favorite recording of this one is by Mahalia Jackson. If you don't know who she was, leave the video, do a quick Google search on Mahalia Jackson and look her up, and you know, when this live stream is over, go listen to her music, because she really, really has some great recordings of hymns and spirituals that are just out of this world. So this is an especially good one that she does. So I'll try and do it justice here if I can. Here we go. And I think this section of the hymnal is songs for children. Yep, this is exactly what I thought it was. This is the section of the hymnal with songs for children. I wish the hymnal of 1982 had one of those. And because it doesn't, I think that's one of the reasons why church publishing that makes all the Episcopal hymnals made a hymnal called My Heart Sings Out, which is a collection of songs geared towards younger voices. So, okay, next one is, if you went to Sunday school as a kid, you'll definitely know this one. 222. "221 is another classic if you went to Bible school or Sunday school as a kid. I love that song. Okay, next one is 220. 220. Oh, thank you, Ruth Anna, for complimenting my arrangement of Joshua Fit, the Battle of Jericho. Okay, here's 220. As you can already tell, I don't like the time signature 12/8. That's what this one is in. I remember doing that one in children's choir at church. Okay, here's another one. Here's another one from that same page. Okay, 218. This is another classic from Sunday school. That song, of course, is called Jesus Loves Me, This I Know. Great little song. Oh, 217's a good one, too. You'll know this. A lot of you will definitely know this one. I don't like that sound. Let's do this one. I want to keep playing more verses, but that's okay. Yeah, that song, He's Got the Whole World in His Hand. And I did not add those jazz chords. They were written in the hymnal. So thank you, Hezekiah Brinson, if you're watching, thank you. But he's the arranger of that one. So, okay, let's keep going. 216. I sang that one in Lutheran school. Here's number 215. That's a three-part canon. It's hard to play those without multiple groups of singers. 214. That song's called God Is So Good, and here's another one. That one's called Children of the Heavenly Father. Okay. Here are the last two songs in the children's section. Born to Rule the Earth and Little David, Play on Your Harp. I know one of these, I don't know the other, and I'll let you figure out which one is which. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's fun. That was the one I didn't know. Okay, here's 211. It's very good that I made a mistake in that melody with my left hand, because that's what happens oftentimes. Okay, ooh, this one's really fun. This one's really fun. Down by the Riverside, number 210. That's a fun one, too. Okay. 209, Yes, God is Real, is the name of this one. That one's really nice. Okay, here's one called We've Come This Far by Faith, number 208. I almost did this one Sunday at church, and then I got scared of the verses. But someday we'll do it. It's really fun, though, especially if I was playing this on the piano, I'd have a grand old time, but this is an organ marathon. That one's really fun to play. Okay, 207, We'll Understand It Better By and By. I've never played this one before, so here goes nothing. 1, 2, 3. 206. That is a really cool setting of the words "We Walk by Faith." Really nice. There's one of those in the 82 hymnal, but I like this tune a lot. Actually, we did this one the Sunday after Easter to go along with the Doubting Thomas Gospel. Okay, 205. 205. I like this one. This one brings back memories of when my family and a group from our church would go and sing hymns and do church with the old folks at Lay Hill Genesis Nursing Home on Lay Hill Road over in Aspen Hill. And my great-grandmother was a resident there. It's my mother's grandmother was a resident there. And so we started this ministry on every, once a month we'd go sing hymns with them and do church with them, and it was fun. And I remember the day when my grandmother stepped away from the piano and told me to start playing, and I was like, oh, okay. So that's why I know a lot of the songs in this book, because there's crossover between this and the hymnal in the Baptist church that we used. So if you want to know more about that, I recommend reading the editor's notes at the beginning of the Lift Every Voice and Sing hymnal. If you want those or you're curious about those, send me an email or leave a chat message for me, and I'll gladly scan a PDF of the thing and publish it on the website. Okay, 205, let's keep going. I'm going to run out of time if I don't stop talking so much. Here we go. That's, of course, called Trust and Obey. Next one, 204, Think of His Goodness to You. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love all the fermatas in these songs. They make me so happy. Okay, 203, There's a Balm in Gilead. that song. 202 is called The Church of God. Here's one that I don't know. 2, 3. Let's try that last line again. There we go. So, Hezekiah Brinson again. If you're watching, sorry about that. I had to redo that last line. I actually really like the words of this one too. So, if you're following along with the words, go ahead and read them as I play them, because I'm definitely not singing while I play these. It's hard enough to play for hours, let alone sing for hours too. Oh, 201, I've got Peace Like a River. Here we go. 200, Stand By Me. 2, 3. Okay, we're now at 199. We're into the 100s. This is cool. Oh, nice. We got someone from California watching. Awesome. Okay, here's 199. I don't feel no ways tired. I actually do feel some ways tired, but you would too if you played the organ for a couple hours. That's okay. Any organists who are watching right now, we can practice for like 3 hours without stopping, and then we like go to stand up and we're like, oh my God, what have I done? Okay, anyway, 199, here we go. No idea how fast that one goes. No idea. 198. We did this one at church growing up. Let's play it loud. That's called Love Lifted Me. What a great one. I'm going to do 2 more, and then we'll go on to our next break for the day, and of course we'll have a couple speakers there too. So here's 196. 196. No, 197. I almost skipped that one. Let's do 197 and then 196, and then we'll call it. Then we'll call it for a break. one's called Leave It There. Here's 196, Leaning on the Everlasting Arms. Okay, so as I look at how many hymns are remaining, 195, I may have to pick up the pace on some of these after my next break. But since it's about 2 o'clock now, this is going to be my lunch break for the day. I will go ahead and step away from the organ. I'll turn it over to our next speakers who are going to be joining us either in video or in person. You'll have to wait and see. And I will be with you all again, starting with number 195. Working our way backwards to the beginning of the hymnal when I come back from my break. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, this is James Black. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank my mom for sharing her story with me earlier this week. We had a few technical difficulties, and I made some edits that didn't quite make it into the final version, but if you can see this, this is a photo from June of 1958, and the man of the hour was the commencement speaker, was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was only 28 years old at the time. Little did we know then of the great things he would go on to do, including leading the March on Washington in August of 1963. My mother was always inspired by Dr. King and the many civil rights leaders who put their lives on the line in order to make things better for, especially for people of color who wanted to vote, have access to housing, and just more fully experience the American dream. So Mom, I love you and Dad and your whole generation for everything you did, all the sacrifices you made so that we can live the American dream. And with that said, I'd like for Jesse to run the story on my mom, Alfreda Eugenia Black. Thank you. Jesse?
Alfreda Eugenia Watkins came of age during the 1950s and 1960s during the height of the civil rights movement. Mom, how did people of color keep the faith amid the challenging circumstances of both segregation and second-class citizenship?
We focused on our everyday lives, just like everybody else. However, the Bible, our music, and our fellowship kept us going. It gave us the strength to forge on, and our primary concern was getting a quality education.
Mom, what's it like being the mother of men of color, knowing that at some time, at some place, they may have an encounter with the law enforcement community?
As a mother of young black men, I told myself early on that we would not live in fear, and that when I approached them to give them instructions on behaviors when they're in public, that I would do it calmly, so that my children would not have to grow up fearing the world. I think when you talk about behaviors, telling them what to do, when to do it, and how, that is the key to helping your child to stay calm and relaxed. Preparation, knowing where your wallet is and preparing is the key.
In 1967, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. published his last book titled Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? In view of recent events, How do we foster community amid the racial divide that currently exists?
I think we foster community through organizations, both national and local, to get diverse groups who have knowledge and skills and training in many fields to sit down and plan and to represent. I think that whatever you do, you know you're going to have obstacles, but it's how you approach it. If you are calm and collected, if you're knowledgeable and you're skilled, and you work hard, you can get it done. I like to think of a poem, Don't Quit. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. Rest if you must, but don't quit.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. I appreciate your sharing your story and your journey. You and Dad mean the world to us. You're both living, and you are 83 years old. You are living memorials, and John and I love you. Next up, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Robert Walters, who was actually a participant in the March on Washington. That was an auspicious day, August 28, 1963. I'm proud to introduce my friend and fellow vestry member, Robert Walters. Thank you.
Thank you, James. My name's Bob Waters, and I am a vestry member here at Ascension. Been here for 44 years, 45 years, my wife and I. Before that, I was born in 1944, and as early as I can remember, we went to Trinity Episcopal Church on Piney Branch Road in Tacoma Park, Maryland. That's where I lived all the way up until 1970, and we came here. Two things happened there. That's when I first, in the 60s, I went to high school in 60 through 62, and that's when I first started getting interested in the civil rights movement because of Dr. Martin Luther King and others, John Lewis and Rosa Parks, and so many other great civil rights leaders at the time. And for young people that don't know that time, you can Google it. We've got all this technology now, and you can Google the March on Washington. You can Google the civil rights movement of the 60s. You can Google all these people that you've probably read about or heard about from people older than you, and it's quite a story, and it was quite a time. I was just barely out of high school. I graduated in 62 from Montgomery Blair High School in Silver Spring, and then I started going to civil rights meetings at Trinity Episcopal Church and other churches in D.C. We were right on the Maryland-D.C. line, and a whole bunch of us would go down to black churches and hear civil rights leaders talk about civil rights, and it inspired me even at a young and naive age. But I wanted to do something, and I wanted to, at that age, I wanted to save the world and make changes. Well, as we all know, changes come slow, but they came. We did make some changes. I did go on some marches at D.C. and Maryland. There was an amusement park called Glen Echo, which was blacks or people of color were barred from going that. We picketed that and protested, and we got that opened up to everybody. Back in those days, the word was Black Power, and when we did march, we carried banners and sticks, with slogans on them that said, "I am a man, I am a human person, I am a black man who needs a job and wants a job and will work. I want education, I want fair housing, I want the right to vote." And we, a lot of people at that time, and this is the early 60s, would go down to the southern states and try to register the blacks and people of color to register to vote, because it was hard down there. It was hard everywhere, I think, for people of color to even register to vote. And we did that. So we did make some changes. And, but it was hard and it's slow. But one of the things I do remember is, as James just mentioned and his mother just mentioned, on a hot August 28, 1963, and it was hot and sunny and humid, down at the Lincoln Memorial. My parents didn't want me to go. They were scared, you know, that something would happen to me. We snuck down there and we went to the March on Washington. And I heard the speech, "I Have a Dream," and it has stuck with me forever. And Google it. If you've never heard it, Google it, listen to it, watch it. They even have a video of it. And I would like to quote just one part of it that meant so much to me. And I wish I could speak like Dr. King, but this is a quote. "I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that my 4 little children would one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream that one day, right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream." That has stuck with me, and I've worked for that my whole life. I've had a long life. I worked in the civil rights movement in the early 60s, and then in the peace movement, and then I had to go to war because they were drafting everybody, and so I spent time in Vietnam, and then came back and went back to Trinity and worked with the youth group. I was co-leader of the youth group there for many years with a woman named Joyce Berthal, who was a black woman, a strong, proud black woman. And she taught me so many things. She opened my eyes. The youth group was mostly black, and they did too. They would get me if I said something stupid or didn't understand what was going on. They told me about the talk, which all black parents had to give their sons and daughters, mostly their sons, when they went out and they encountered the police. First time I'd ever heard that. I was appalled because I'm a privileged white person. Gosh, she passed on a few years ago, but she was just something else. She was just so good to me, and she was, she was gentle with me sometimes, and sometimes she would be harsh with me, and she would say, "Come on, Bob, you should know that. You should know that's wrong." And I did. And I learned from her. The Ascension here has a book club that I'm very proud of. I've been in it for about 5 years, I think. And one of the books we're reading now is So You Want to Talk About Race by Ajama Olu. And I would just like to quote one little part of it. And it's, "Conversations about race and racial oppression can certainly be tough, but there's nothing compared to how tough fighting against racial oppression can be. Our humanity is worth a little discomfort. Actually, it's worth a lot of discomfort. But if you live in this system of white supremacy, you are either fighting the system or you're complicit. There is no neutrality to be had towards systems of injustice. It is not something you can just opt out of. If you believe in justice and equality, we are in this together, whether you like me or not." I stand today as a white privileged man, but I want to say that I stand with the Black Lives Matters movement. I believe in it, and I'll always be with you. Thank you very much.
There we go. There we go. I got my mic working now. Thank you so much to Bob and James and for sharing his mother Virginia's video with us. That was awesome. Awesome to hear your words today. I do hope that, as this marathon goes on, a lot of these songs are very happy. A lot of them are very chipper, very cheery, but some of them are going to be a little more thoughtful, a little more reflective. And if there's a song that you hear today that that motivates you to want to do something, there are ways that you can get involved in working for racial justice and ending white supremacy. There are ways that you can get involved in ways that you can work to make our society better. And if this organ marathon motivates you to do that, whether it be something I play or something that somebody says, then for that I'm very grateful that you tuned in today, because that was the point of this whole event. It was not to glorify our church, not to glorify me, but to bring awareness, to lift up voices of people who need to be heard right now, and to work towards ending systemic racism together. So I'm going to continue on with the marathon now. We're on to hymn number 195. I have to pick up the pace so that I can squeeze in a few more songs this hour, but I think we can do it. So here's hymn number 195. $194. Whoops. $193. $192. $191, one of my favorites. 190, we did this one on Sunday, actually. He'll understand and say, well done. Here's one that a lot of you might know. "188," another very well-known hymn. Next one is 187. A sight read for me. 2, 3. "186. That one's called I Can Do All Things. 185 is called Blessed Quietness, so I should turn the organ down a little bit. $184, Blessed Assurance. Great song. 183, God Will Take Care of You. $182, Didn't My Lord Deliver Daniel? Caitlin and Paul, if you're watching, remember when we sang Moses Hogan's arrangement of this in university choir? That's an inside joke. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Told myself I wasn't going to play every verse, but with this one, I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. Okay, this next song needs no introduction, so I'll just keep going. Oh, nice. More compliments, more compliments, more comments. Keep it going, everybody. 41 people are watching. Let's see if we can get it to 50. Let's share this video. Let's get to 50 people watching live. And I'm one of those people. And I'm here, so technically it should be 51 people watching to know that we have 50. Okay, a song that needs no intro. Here we go. $180, ain't of that good news. I want to keep playing these, but it's okay. I got to keep going. 179, 179. That's it. That's 179. 178, Sweet Hour of Prayer. $177, Standing in the Need of Prayer. $176, An Evening Prayer. Wow, what time signature is this? Oh, it's in 4, okay. Okay, sight reading. 2, 3. Pretty. 175, Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen. That's a really nice song. I first learned that song from the movie The Lion King, 1994. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch The Lion King and it'll all make sense. Okay, 174, Let the Heaven Light Shine on Me. Here we go. Roland Carter, if you're watching, I'm sorry if I butchered that. Okay, 173. .172 is another setting of Nobody Knows the Trouble I See, Lord, which is a slightly different song. This one is in the present tense. That's one I'll have to learn someday. Go back and learn that one. 171, I Couldn't Hear Nobody Pray. .170, Yield Not to Temptation. .169, Sometimes I Feel Like a Motherless Child. 168, I am praying for you. $167, even me. $166, grant me a blessing. I think these eighth notes might be swung. $165, Higher Ground, not to be confused with the song by the same title by the great Stevie Wonder. $164, Do Lord Remember Me. $163, Come Here, Jesus, if you please. 1, 2. See if I can fix this. Okay, next one is Come By Here, Kumbaya, with slightly different rhythm than I'm used to. 2. All right, we're at number 161. Let's keep chugging along. "160, This Little Light of Mine" with the other tune. Next one is 159, "Lift Him Up," another sight read for me. Cool. 158. I like this one. Okay. That one's called "Make Me a Blessing," but I think that it sounds a little bit like "Silver and Gold" from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Okay, next one is "Revive Us Again," and that one's followed by "Come to Me." So this is 157 and 156. 1, 2. I think I sang that one growing up, but I can't remember. 156? we're actually singing that one on July 17th? I can't remember. Or is it 19th? The third Sunday of July. I plan music pretty far in advance. Okay, so those are all the evangelism songs. Now we're getting into songs about the Eucharist. This is 155. And we are in 6/8 time, so I'm going to start this one over again and make sure that I can play it correctly. So 1, 2, 3. Ooh, Taste and See, one of my favorites. I like to change the chords on this one too. That one's so pretty. 153, Lord, I have seen thy salvation. Another sight read. Ooh, 152. This is one of my favorites. Really good recording of this one by Mahalia Jackson. Fun fact about her, when Martin Luther King was speaking at the March on Washington, he had a little bit of a pause, and she said to him, tell him about the dream, Martin. And that's where his I Have a Dream speech came from. It was prompted by the gospel singer Mahalia Jackson. Pretty amazing that she was there to say that. give him that prompt that led to probably his most famous speech. So, all right, 152. Let us break bread together. Next one is 151, one bread, one body. I don't like that registration. Let's do a softer one for this song. That's better. Okay. Wow. Y'all, we've got 45 people watching right now, so let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Hold on just one second. Jesse, are we ready for the next part? Okay. This is perfect. Our next speaker is joining us via Zoom, and he's here right now, so I'm going to step away from the organ bench, take a little quick break, and we'll have our next speakers for the afternoon joining us. So when we come back, we'll be doing hymn number 150.
On a winter day when in Columbia, South Carolina, a cross was burned in our front yard. My father had dared to move his home near a white neighborhood, and that cross had a noose around it. And my father used that as a teaching moment. And I wanted to share this story with you because they're all in our life, that there are always teaching moments that we remember and that resonate in our minds and are sketched in our thoughts forever. As songs as you were hearing are usually songs of hope, inspiration. There was one in 1939 that Time magazine called the most important song of the century. It's probably the most important song that most may never have heard about. But it was a song that my father played for me after that incident of the cross and the noose in our front yard. Sung by a 23-year-old Black woman called Billie Holiday, who made her name up in Harlem with Count Basie's band. She has golden hair, almost Polynesian skin, a right figure, and a single gardenia in her hair. She has a way of owning the room, but she's not flashy. Her voice is plump and pleasure-seeking, prodding and caressing a song until it yields more delights than its author had intended, bringing a spark of vivacity and a measure of cool even to the hokier materials. And then on that evening in that club in 1939, something happened. The house lights go down, leaving Holiday illuminated by the hard white beam of a single spotlight. Southern trees bear strange fruit. Audience said, "This, you think, isn't your usual lovey-dovey stuff. Blood on the leaves and blood at the roots. What is this? Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Lynching? It's a song about lynching?" The chatter from the tables dries up. Every eye in the room is on the singer, every ear on the song. After the last word, a long and abruptly severed cry of crop, the whole room snaps to black. When the house lights go up, she is gone. So close your eyes, let's relive that moment when she sang again with Time magazine in 1999, called The Song of the Century, a song that you may never have heard, written by a young Jewish songwriter, but owned forever by Billie Holiday. It's a song about racist lynchings that stun audiences and redefine popular music. Okay, Jesse.
Southern trees bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the root, black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolia, sweet and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows pluck for the rain together, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, for the tree to drop. Here's a strange and bitter cry.
Hello, my name is Chiamaka Wankwo, aka Chia or Chi-Chi. I'm usually more of a person who speaks off the top of my head and speaks as my heart tells me, but I can't do that today, and for very good reason. This is a matter that affects me personally as a Black woman in the United States. When the topic of Black lives was previously brought up in my younger years, I didn't understand how grim the reality of it was. Of course, I knew this was something that would cause controversy in the US, and as we have clearly seen these past few weeks, the world as well. Back in 2008, President Barack Obama had just been elected. I remember my parents, my brother, and I sitting in the room in front of the TV waiting for the results. As soon as they popped up on the screen, my parents were filled with extreme joy as they screamed in happiness. I didn't understand why they were so happy at the time. I was just 6 years old. But of course, because they were so happy, I started jumping and screaming in joy with them. What 6-year-old wouldn't enjoy a chance to make so much noise without getting in trouble? However, I did realize that Barack Obama was the first president I had ever seen that looked like me. In 2012, Trayvon Martin was shot and killed. I was in the 3rd grade. In 2014, his killer was set free on the charge of not guilty. That was my first experience of witnessing such injustice. Racism was a topic that wasn't very clear to me until then. I didn't understand why the color of someone's skin made them any less human. This happened in the span of me being in elementary school. It saddens me that nothing has changed and I'm nearly a legal adult now. At the time, I didn't realize what it was, but as I grew older, it was something that stuck with me and I always pondered, why did they look at me like that? In kindergarten, my best friend at the time had invited me to a sleepover that she was having for her birthday. She was white, but her and her parents had no problem with me. That much I could tell. But as soon as I walked through the door of her house, I felt a whole bunch of eyes on me. The girls at the sleepover were mostly white, and I stuck out like a sore thumb. I felt uncomfortable saying anything to any of them, except for the other Black girl there, and of course my best friend. I constantly thought, why are they looking at me like that? Did I do something to upset them? Now, this may not seem like racism, and I'm sure these girls didn't realize what they were doing, but it's something I remember as being made different from everyone else. My race shouldn't make me an automatic suspect of a crime. What about me makes me such a threat? I am human like everyone else. I shouldn't be scared for my life, for my brother's life, for my family's life, whenever we go out. We've talked enough about change. It's time for us to take action to get that change. I can no longer sit idly by and let things go on like this, and neither can you. Not knowing is no longer an excuse. I love you all, and thank you for listening.
There we go, microphone's back on. Okay, wow. Thank you, David. Thank you, Chimaka, for your videos, for your reflections. Thank you so much. I mean, that Billie Holiday song, wow. I was standing outside listening to that song. That's a tough one. That's a very tough song. Okay, I'm going to keep the music going for a little bit longer. We're down to hymn number 150. So let's keep this organ marathon going. Okay, this is called Jesus, the Bread of Life. Keep my window open here so I can see everybody's chats throughout. Okay, here we go. (149) in remembrance of me. (148), I'm going to eat at the welcome table. Number 147, Come Ye Disconsolate. 146, Break Thou the Bread of Life. 145, Have Thine Own Way. 144, Where He Leads Me. 143, Wade in the Water. 142, Sign Me Up. 'Next one is 141, Shall We Gather at the River?
'Shall
140. $139, pass me not, O gentle Savior. $138, Lord, I want to be a Christian in my heart. $137, just as I am. I'm going to get a quick drink of water here. Okay, just as I am. $136, I have decided to follow Jesus. $135, is your all on the altar? 2. That one's probably swung, but I played it straight. 134, take me to the water. 133, I surrender all. That one was always fun to sing if you were a bass in the choir because you got to sing, I surrender all. Okay, 132, certainly, Lord. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. "131, I know the Lord's laid his hands on me." I ought to take some of these new ones slower so I don't mess them up as much. 130, it's actually 332. 130, glory, glory, hallelujah. I am thine, O Lord, 129. "128, hush, hush, somebody's calling my name." That's a good one. 127, his name is so sweet. "126, here I am, send me." 125, Fix Me Jesus. $124, Give Me a Clean Heart. $123, Done Made My Vow. Next one is Close to Thee, and that one's followed by Baptized in Water. That'll bring us to 122 and 121. Fanny Crosby, she wrote so many hymns. 121. 120, Sweet, Sweet Spirit. Spirit of God, descend upon my heart. Spirit song is 118. Oh, it's in 4. My bad. That one is so familiar, but I don't know where I heard it. I thought maybe I've heard it somewhere. 117, I'm going to sing when the Spirit says sing. 2, 3. Really short. 116, let it breathe on me. 1, 2, 1, and 2. 115, Spirit of the Living God. "114, Every Time I Feel the Spirit." "113, How Like a Gentle Spirit." "112, Come Holy Ghost." "111, Come Thou Fount of Every Blessing." That takes us through all the Holy Spirit songs. Now we're on to 110, You Hear the Lambs A-Cryin'. This part of the book is just flying by. I don't know about you, but it is for me. Here's You Hear the Lambs A-Cryin'. What a Friend We Have in Jesus, number 109. "'Tis So Sweet to Trust in Jesus, number 108. There's Something About That Name, number 107. "106, Take My Hand, Precious Lord." "105, I'm So Glad Jesus Lifted Me." "104, The Lord is My Shepherd." "103, Steal Away." 102, Oh, I Love Him. Okay. Softly and tenderly. Lots of fermatas in that one. Number 100, Somebody's Knocking at Your Door. It's about 4 o'clock, and I've just gotten into the double digits. So here's number 99, On Christ the Solid Rock. So I'm going to do a couple more, and then afterwards we're going to have a couple more speakers. We're going to get to hear from both our rector Javier and our senior warden Zadinga, who are going to share a couple things to say about this marathon and everything that we've been doing through it all. And then once they're done speaking, I will finish out the hymnal afterwards. We had planned for them to go last, but I didn't estimate how much time it would take to get through this hymnal, but we're 98 songs from the end. Most of these are not very long, so I'll go a few more, and then you'll get to hear from Zadinga and Javier, and then I'll finish out the music after that. So should be good. And don't forget, during the course of this marathon, you see that text ticking across the bottom of the screen. If you haven't already donated to Black Lives Matter, please do so. This is the reason why we're doing this marathon today. And the information for donating is ticking across the screen. There's a text to donate feature, and there's also a link that you can click that will take you right to the donation website on Realm. So here's number 98, Praise Him. Let's see, how does this go? It's one of those where you have to pick the accompaniment or the voice parts. Okay, I'm going to do two more, and then I'll turn it over to Javier and Zdenga. These two are both great songs. Ride on King Jesus, followed by He is King of Kings. Here we go. Hopefully I hit the right notes. Number 96. So when I come back, we'll have 95 more songs. It sounds like a lot, but those last ones just flew by. So I will step away from the organ, take one more break, and turn it over to Zdenga and Javier.
Good afternoon. My name is Zdenga Ogata, and I'm a member of the vestry here at Church of the Ascension. And I'm going to introduce our next presentation. It's going to be a presentation from a member of our youth group. Her name is Msangwa Ogata, and she happens to be my daughter.
Hi, I'm Msangwa, and this year I'm going to be a senior in high school. So the George Floyd murder was very heartbreaking and devastating, especially for me being a Black woman in America and just seeing the level of hate and discrimination towards people like me. It's very hard. And I think that a lot of people were very surprised by what happened because of the level of violence, but I also think it's really important to understand that these issues of unequal treatment and police brutality have existed well before Floyd. And while I wish that people had taken more of action before, I'm really glad that there's a lot of awareness now and people are realizing this is a very important issue. I myself have 2 younger brothers, and they're the most well-behaved people I know. But I've had to hear my father having talks with them at a very young age about what would happen if they were ever confronted by the police, and it's really sad to hear those talks, and it's also just, I'm scared for them, and I shouldn't have to worry, or my mom shouldn't have to worry about them just because they could be discriminated because of the color of their skin and end up in a very dangerous spot, and it's very sad. As I mentioned before, I'm a senior in high school, and I go to an all-girls private school, and it's predominantly white. So although like many of the students can't actually relate to what it is like being a person of color, I think with this situation, a lot of people have tried to educate themselves the best they can and understand that they have white privilege and how they can use that privilege to make a change. And I definitely think that the school has done a lot of things to help with the situation. For example, the Black Students Union Club created a fundraiser where to make money for Black Lives Matter organizations, which is really great. A lot of people are posting on social media ways to help with the situation, such as posting links for donations to Black Lives Matter organizations or signing petitions. Another thing that the students of my school have done is they create an Instagram for Black students to share their experiences at our school with microaggression, racism, or discrimination. So I'm gonna read one of the stories off of the Instagram. On the middle school beach trip, a white classmate's mom chaperoned and told my group that she didn't offer me sunscreen because people like me didn't need it. I got a sunburn that day, and she repeated the line to my mother at the pickup line because she thought it was cute. So there are many other stories, and they can be anonymous. I just think it's nice to know that you're not really alone in this type of situation, that there are other people, but I also think it's a learning opportunity to our counterparts who might think that they're not being hurtful when they actually are. I just really encourage everyone to stay educated and find ways to be active. Thank you.
That was outstanding. I have a lot of faith in the generation that follows us. They're going to take this movement forward, and ultimately equality is going to become a more universal joy for everyone, not only in the United States, but globally. At this time, I'm pleased to introduce our senior warden and a good friend of mine, Zadinga Ogadawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. As James mentioned, my name is Zadinga Ogada, and I am the senior warden here at Church of the Ascension. And it seems that we're almost in the home stretch of our marathon. So I just wanted to, on behalf of the entire vestry, thank everyone who has been involved in making today's efforts a success. So first, of course, we want to thank all of the activists and organizations like Black Lives Matter that have been consistent and persistent in their message about the need for reform. We're also very grateful, of course, to Andrew, our music minister, who, after his first organ marathon in support of research against COVID-19, had vowed that he would never do another one, but changed his mind after the killing of George Floyd. We're so grateful to all the members of the church community and congregation who have participated today by providing context, by sharing compelling testimonials of their personal experiences, and also by sharing their hopes, because we are hopeful for the future. We are very grateful as well to all of our church staff involved in putting together the logistics for today's event, who were able to help us participate safely. Some of us from here in the sanctuary, and others, of course, from further away. And lastly, we are very grateful to all of you who have been watching and following along over the course of the day, and to all of you who have donated toward the important cause of racial justice and equity. You know, I think history is going to look back on the year 2020 as a really important pivot point, a moment when society was challenged in ways that we never imagined. Because of course, first we had the pandemic with all of the suffering that it brought and all of the inequalities that it exposed. And also the reminders, in fact, that how interconnected our lives are. 2020 will also be remembered, of course, for the protests and all of the difficult conversations that have followed. Conversations about some lives being valued less than others, and some people being excluded from opportunities. Well, equity and inclusion are key values here at Ascension. And in putting together this marathon to raise funds to fight systematic racism, we are just striving to live our values. So once again, thank you, all of you, for supporting us in this fight. And now, I'm very excited to introduce our rector, Father Padre, and he will come and, oh, sorry, Father Padre, Father Javier, excuse me.
Hello. It is very interesting to be here with nobody around, just the people that are here volunteering. But I just, like Sadinga said, I just want to say thanks to all of you. And if you haven't had the opportunity to donate for this cause, you can see on the bottom like all the instructions to make your donation, and that would be very appreciated. I started watching the marathon when I was driving to go to the groceries, and it was I was very moved, very excited to see all the people who came and participate and giving their testimonies, their thoughts and their hope for this country and for the entire world. Thanks to all of them who had the opportunity to come and who made the time to share with us some of their concerns and ideas and hopes for our society. I want to, you see, then I got home and then I put the YouTube video on my TV. And I was very happy to see that on TV it looks just awesome. But then I started thinking about all the people that are around here, because you are in your phone or in your tablet or on your TV, and you just see that part of it, which is like this beautiful background or Andrew playing, but you don't see like everything that is going on behind the cameras. So I just want to thank Andrew, first of all, for playing, but also Jesse for working with the computer and making everything possible, for James, that he has been around here, and I was listening to his laugh every time that somebody said something. And then Lynn, you haven't seen her, but she was the one who made like all the donation link possible, and that everybody can just like click a button and make the donation. So thank you to the whole staff, the vestry, for doing this event possible, and the idea to put people together and that they can like say their own stories. And also the Race and Social Justice Committee from the Church of the Ascension, that I am very proud of them for all the work that they have been doing in just like 2 weeks that they have been together. And the start of today is Andrew. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for doing it. And I just want to say a prayer for this event. And we are very fortunate to have the foundation of our faith, the tradition of inclusion, and the community of Ascension to guide our aspirations and our intentions. So, my brothers and sisters, Ascension family and friends, let me offer you a prayer from the Book of Common Prayer that has guided me and may be of solace and strength for you in these difficult times and days. Let us pray. Grant, O God, that your holy and life-giving spirit may be so moved every human heart, and especially the hearts of the people of this land, that barriers which divide us may crumble, suspicions disappear, and hatreds cease, that our divisions being healed, we may live in justice and peace, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Thanks again, and I hope to see you soon. Take care and be safe. Wear your mask.
Thank you so much to Javier for that. Thank you, Zdenka, as well. And James, thank you. James has been here all day. He's been here with me. He's probably very glad I'm not playing the 82 hymnal again, because then he'd be here all night too. Okay, so I'm just going to keep chugging along. I'll announce hymn numbers. I'm going to try and talk less in between unless I really feel moved to do so, but we're in the final stretch now, so hymn number 95 is coming up. Oh, and let me put my phone on the music rack here so that I can read everybody's comments. Oh, yay, we got to 50 viewers, yay. Oh, that makes me so happy. Let's try and get to 51, because remember, I'm one of them. So, okay, here we go. '94. Ooh, that one's tough. All right, 93. '92. '92. '91. number 90. We're in the 80s now. '88. '87. '86. E flat. '85. '84. 83. How fast do I want to play this? Moderately. Here we go. 83. Oh, that's supposed to go like this. Every time the time signature changes, I have to stop and refresh basically. Okay, 81, here we go. Okay. Oh, I get this. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. That one's interesting. Written in 6/8, but the emphasis is in 3. Okay, 80. Here we go. 80. $79. $78. 77. Is like I want to be in a. Oh. Well, now I want to go back and replay it, Bill, so that I can do it correctly now that I can think of the over. So, yeah, someday. Someday I'll go back and replay number 81. Not today, but someday. Thank you. Yeah, it is a lot like America from West Side Story, except that one has the 6 first. So you can get ba 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 bum bum. This one starts with the 3, so it's bum 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 bum. I don't even know how fast it goes. So YouTube, look it up, see how somebody did it before. Okay, 76. Here we go. Can't believe we're already in the 70s. 75. That is a very pretty hymn tune. Wow. Okay, 74. $73. 2, 3. Okay. 72. This reminds me of when we went to church in Cape May, at the Presbyterian Church in Cape May. If anybody in my family's watching right now, they'll remember when their pastor, who was a very sweaty person, sweatier than I am right now actually, sang this and played his guitar, and it was, well, it was interesting. That's what I'll say. chorus is the same as the verse. The chorus is the same as the verses, so let's just keep going. Number 71. 1 and 2. I sang that one growing up, but it's not ringing a bell. Okay, 70. This one's really nice. I don't want to talk too much here, but I have to say something. As I go through this hymnal and I keep hearing and I keep like reading to see who wrote some of these songs, some are composers I know, some are composers I don't know, and every time I come across a song that just says traditional spiritual at the bottom of it, I have to stop and think. I always stop and think for a second, like, we're never going to know who wrote this song. It's only a miracle of oral tradition that these songs were passed down from family to family within communities of slaves in America, that we have these songs. And I teach spirituals to my students at Meadow Hall, where I'm the music teacher, and it's really extraordinary that we have these songs. And we need to treasure these songs, these spirituals. We need to learn to appreciate them and sing them in our churches and do them respectfully, you know. But anyway, that's just me rambling. Let's keep playing. Okay, number 69. I'll play it and then I'll share my thoughts about this one. Song's called In the Garden, and if you're familiar with that song, the associate pastor at my old church used to be like, "Who is Andy?" Because the song goes, "Andy walks with me, and he talks with me." It's a pun, and anyway, I thought that was funny, because my name is Andrew, but nobody dares call me Andy. Anywho, okay, 68. Here we go. If anything, this is a good exercise in sight reading, going from song to song without really stopping to think about each one, just sort of going into it, nose diving into each one. Okay, we're on 67. We're so close, so close. Okay, it's only 4:45. Great. I'll definitely be finished before dinner time. Unlike the last marathon where I had to have dinner brought to me. Thank you, Sarah Ann, for bringing dinner to me during the last marathon. And thank you, Stephanie, one of our church members, for bringing lunch here to the church earlier today. Thank you for doing that so that I could eat. Okay, 67. '66. '65, Bless the Lord, O My Soul, by the great Andre Crouch. Next up, we have number 64. I like that one. It's a good one. Okay, 63. 62. Sixty-one is a song that I just discovered the other day, and we're totally singing this in church next month. I just can't remember which day. This one's really fun. Nice Caribbean feel to it. So, see if I can do it justice on the organ. That one's called The Right Hand of God. Really nice little song. Ooh, here's something totally different. Very good song. It's hard to sing as a congregation. 59. Oh, I know this one. 59. Fix this. We're on to 58 now. 58. There's a verse too. I would love to hear a recording of that one. Okay, quick drink of water here. If you're wondering what's on my water bottle, these are just stickers from all the different companies I've bought beard products from. That, and there's a little sticker here for Escape Room Arlington, where one of my good friends works. You know, when the pandemic dies down a little bit, take yourself over to Escape Room Arlington. I love escape rooms. They're really fun. Okay, 57. Let's keep going. Let's restart that again so I know how it goes. Okay, I can do this. 2. '56. This is a doxology, and when church reopens as normal and we actually are bringing offering forward, I want to start doing this one for our doxology. It's really pretty. Good one. 55. Cut time, cut time. This is in cut time, Andrew. Cut time always takes you by surprise. Okay, 54. 54. '53. That's another one that changes from 6 to 3. Okay, 52. This one will be more fun to play on the piano, so I can do all those octaves in the intro that I skipped over. Shh. Okay, 51. Now we're into songs about black saints. I read I saw an interesting post the other day from a priest. I don't remember who he was. One of my former coworkers shared the article. I should have liked it and saved it. But it was talking about like the portrayal of Jesus and portrayal of saints in artwork, and how there's no such thing as white Jesus, and how a lot of saints who were from Africa are portrayed as white in artwork. So this section goes through black saints, and so when I get to each one, I'll actually say each of their names so that we know who they are. So the first one is Salamu Maria. Next one is Philip the Evangelist. Those of you who know me know that I love this hymn tune. I can't get enough of Nyland. Especially when I change the chords like that. Oh, I love that tune. I love that hymn tune so much. Okay, 49, Simon of Cyrene. Same tune as Amazing Grace. This is Saint Monica. Here is Cyprian of Carthage. Next one is called Blessed Martin, Pastor Prophet. No, not Martin Luther, the founder of the Lutheran Church. No, this is another song about Martin Luther King. I wanted to read part of this. I remember seeing this hymn before the marathon and wanting to read part of it. I just have to remember which verse it was. Yeah, here it is, verse 3. Teacher of Christ-like nonviolence to the outcast, poor and meek, greater weapon against oppression is to turn the other cheek. So yeah, this would be a great song if we do another even song for Martin Luther King Day. I would absolutely program this one. So, okay, 46, number 46. Next we have Augustine of Hippo. That's a nice tune also. And the last saint, Blessed Absalom. This tune that's a triumphant tune. I better play it triumphantly. Another hymn tune I really like. Okay, we are at number 43. We are very close to the finish line here. Now what happens is we get into all the seasonal songs, and we're going to basically start with Resurrected Jesus and go backwards into Christmas. So it's like that Stephen Sondheim show, Merrily We Roll Along, where the scenes happen in reverse order. So this is what we're going to do with the life of Christ right now. We're going to start with the resurrection and work our way back to baby Jesus in the manger. Okay, here we go. Because He Lives. And Bill Gaither, if you're watching right now, first of all, hi, it's an honor. Second of all, I know I played it fast, but that's okay. He lives. Next one. This one looks hard. Okay, I'll do it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Here we go. Get that ending real quick. Holy moly with that one. Okay, see, I told y'all that one looked hard before I played it. Okay, now we're into the Holy Week and cross songs and blood songs. And if you know me, you know how I feel about blood songs. Not my favorite, but it's okay. Play them anyway. Here we go. We are on to number, I'm just making sure I don't skip anything. Okay, we are on 39. 39. Next is one that we used to sing with the old folks at Lay Hill Center. If I read the key signature. I just remembered, I got a message during the live stream from somebody who said they couldn't comment on the video or post in the chat. If you're not logged in with your Google account into YouTube, you're not going to be able to post any comments or anything. So if you're not logged in, go log in and then you can share your comments with me. So that's the way to do it. Otherwise, you can send me a text message and I might read it. Did I get anything? No text messages. Okay. 37. boy. Okay. Y'all may want to mute your phones or computers or whatnot for this one, because this one's going to be a painful read. This one's got a lot of accidentals in it, but we'll do our best. Okay. See what I told you? That song is "O Sacred Head Sore Wounded." If you know the other tune for that, you'd be like, whoa, how does it fit with that? It just does. It's really cool. It sounds nice on the piano too. I can accent some of those cool blue notes. Okay, 35. Okay, a couple more spirituals here. Never Said a Mumbling Word and Calvary. Let's do this sound here. couple more songs for Holy Week coming up. Number 30. Oh, can you believe it? We're only 30 songs from the finish line. Here we go. Okay, 29. Twenty-eight. Okay, now we're into the Christmas songs. '26, another Christmas song. Nice, it's got that little cool chord change in there. Okay, now we have number 25, still in Christmas. 24. Three. Two. 'I'm never sure if certain songs are swung or not. I wish that there would be like a little note up on top of the music that says 2/8 notes equals, or how do they do it? Like 2/8 notes equals dotted eighth and 16th, something like that. Okay. 21. That's too loud. Let's keep going. Okay, so now we're in Advent songs, and there's a lot of them, and then the final song coming your way. The title song. And if you forgot what the title of this hymnal is, the title of the hymnal is Lift Every Voice and Sing 2. Okay, 20. Here we go, 20. 18. We're getting close. Swing low. Oh, it's a great song. 17, Rockin' Jerusalem. What key am I in? Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, we're in A flat. I'm sorry, y'all. I've been playing pretty rotten in some of these songs today. That's okay though. Okay, one more time with 4 flats. 4/4. Let's do it. That's cool. I need to look up this one on YouTube. I've never read this song or heard of this song before. I'm going to have to look it up. Okay, now we're on to number 16. Okay. Sorry, page turn. Then it repeats the refrain. Okay, number 15. We're so close. 15. Climbing Up the Mountain. That one's fun. Oh, this one's great. Soon and Very Soon. I grew up singing it soon and very soon. Was swung. But I looked up a video of Andre Crouch doing this one, and he didn't swing it at all. And he's the guy that wrote it. So if he doesn't swing, then I won't swing either. Number 13. So close. 13. And then it repeats the refrain after that. Okay, Marching to Zion. Whew. Oh, thank you, Sue. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Esther, for your kind words. Thank you. We are now on song number 11. We are so close. Last I checked, I don't know some of the songs in these last few, so we'll do our best. Very cool. Very cool. James E. Moore Jr. Oh, he's the same guy that wrote Taste and See. Same guy. Same guy that wrote that song. Okay. Oh, what a beautiful city. Is this one swung? Oh, what a beautiful city. I don't think it's swung. It's hard. It's so hard to tell. But let's make the sound a little happier. Let's repeat the refrain. Okay, number 9. Number 9. We are very close to the end. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you. I hope that it's been an inspiring afternoon for you all. It has been for me too, but I'll talk about that really quickly at the end. Number 8. Oh, thank you, Mardia and Wadi and family. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, this is, we're so close. It's number 7. Number 7. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be. Okay, just making sure I can play it before I do. Okay. Some of these songs are so nice. I wish I could play them on the piano, or even better, have the choir sing them a cappella, because that's how a lot of these songs are meant to be sung. Okay, number 6. Okay. Number 4. Number 4, we're so close. Oh, I skipped number 5. That's because number 5 starts all the way on the bottom of this page, so I didn't see it. Number 5. This is way too fast. Let's start it over and get at the right tempo. glad to hear. Okay, I think I figured that one out. Whew. Number four. Oh, thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Kristen. Thank you both so much. Thank you for your kind words. 3 more songs. Here we go. 3, 2, and then 1. Let's do it. Number 2, here we go. Okay, we are about to play the last song of the day, and it's still light out. For those of you who didn't know, Lift Every Voice and Sing is not a very long hymnal. There's only 281 songs in the book, and including all of our wonderful testimonials and speakers today, I mean, we did this in less than 6 hours. And the 82 hymnal took twice this long. And anyway, I'll play the last song out after I say this. It's really important that supplement hymnals like this one be used for worship. And I would hate to see churches not utilize rich music like this in their worship. And we're fortunate at Episcopal Church of the Ascension to have access to such a variety of music. Music by composers of color, music by female composers, music by Hispanic and Asian composers. We're able to have such a diverse array of music that can represent our diverse array of people. And for me as a musician, that is super, super important, that the music we do be a reflection of the people who do it, if that makes any sense. And before I play this last song, I just want to say thank you to all of our speakers again, and for our clergy, our vestry, for everyone who took part in this day today, besides myself. And I want to extend my appreciation to all of you as well, the people watching today. Thank you for leaving the YouTube video playing in the background so that we can have the views. Thank you for watching, for singing along, for participating in the day today, because I really do appreciate it. And I was skeptical about how much reception another organ marathon would get, and the amount of views we've had today has really shown me that you all are willing to step up and be a part of a greater cause. One last time I'll say, I do hope you've gotten the chance to donate today to Black Lives Matter. And these donations that we collect and send to them, I hope will help to continue working towards a more just and a more equal society and dismantling the racist systems that bind us and that hurt us as people. I feel that when we can work together to dismantle racism and white supremacy, everyone will benefit from it. And when we lift up the voices of Black people who are crying out for help right now, when we help those voices, when we help those people who need our help, then we can benefit collectively as a result. As somebody of a pretty privileged position, being a cisgender white man, I'll say that I want to do what I can with my position to help people who need my privilege to help them. And so I'm willing to have tough conversations. I'm willing to hear different points of view. And I think that's what we can do at this time, is listen to those who are speaking, be willing to help, be willing to learn, and be willing to work. Because even if the deaths of unarmed Black people start fading from the news and from your timelines on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, they're still very much real, and they still require our attention. And they still require us to be angry and use that anger to motivate us to work peacefully, to protest peacefully, and to make things better for our society. So thank you again for watching. We're going to end this marathon with the title song of this hymnal, Lift Every Voice and Sing. And then as soon as I'm finished playing, we'll close out the live video. Thank you again to Jesse for all the work he did helping us with our videos today. And that's all I've got. I'm not great at making off-the-cuff speeches, but I hope that today was inspiring for you. I hope that we were able to learn something together, that we were able to become better as a result of today. So here's the closing song, Lift Every Voice and Sing. Thank you all again so much for being part of today. I will see you when I see you. Take care, everybody.